Web browser. Say something. Hello to all. How's about that? No, that's on screen, that one. Okay, let's try this one. Hello to all. That works there. That works there. Does this work on YouTube? Yeah, I'm live. Yeah, that's working. Fantastic. Alright, we've solved the first problem. We've got a stream. That was a bit more than I wanted to do, to get a stream, but hey ho, we've got one. So I shall welcome you all to Amberskies. My name's Fraser Sharp. Just call me Blades. So, what do we got today? Oh, continuation from last stream. It looks like we are trying to set up the rendering. And that's where we got up to. So, undo whatever we did here. Control slashy thingy. There we go. First decision to make is this entity. This entity, yeah. We could really do with one, couldn't we? So let's make one. Problem is, we're getting a raw model, not an entity. And that is coming from here. So how do we make an entity? Let's try not going into the other code yet. Yeah, okay. What we're trying to do now is set everything up, aren't we? Okay. Yum yum. What have we got here? Yeah, we've got the raw model. So we'll need to hash include Amber 3D. Models? No, entities. And oh, we've got two different types. Color entity. I will take both types. I know I only need a color entity at the moment, but textured entity. That means we are going to need shaders. Amber 3D. API, shaders. We will need a color shader. Yeah. There's a lot to it, unfortunately. Because none of this has been tied together at this point. Shaders, texture, shader. That is correct. Save that out now, and everything is correct there. Lovely. What we're going to do with these? Okay. Okay, model loaded. And we've got a true, and then we're trying to set all this information. Well, we don't have this information, do we? So, what does our raw model know? So, if M, the M underscore model, oh, it would be, wouldn't it? Model points to a bool, get has texture. If that is true, then we do texture stuff. Else, we don't. Else, do color stuff. So, what are we passing in? We are passing in a texture entity only. We're not using the color entity, are we? Entity. We are only using a textured entity currently. Oh, we'll bin you until we know what to do with you. So let's just do that then. Do colored stuff. So, what will it be? It will be Amber 3D. It will be an entity. And it will be a textured entity. And we're just going to call this entity. Its pointer. And that's going to equal a new Amber 3D entities. Textured entity. And in here we are going to put position, rotation, textured model. Models, textured model. Okay, we need a textured model. Interesting. Where are we going to get a textured model from? We're going to have to get one from somewhere. So I've got a raw model. I didn't even know we had one. Include. There we go. Learning as we go now how to use my own API models. Yeah, we do. We have a textured model. There we go. I'll take you then. So we're going to need to include that here. So we are going to have Amber 3D. Models. Raw model. No, not raw model. Textured model. There we go, text model. I've got a feeling that's a pointer. Let's just see. It's not going to tell us for some reason. No, oh, it didn't help. It's not saying. Okay. Oh, that's because we've got an error here. Text model equals. Whoops. Equals. What can we make it equal to? A new. Amber. Colon. 3D. We'll make it a new model. And we'll make it a new textured model. What does that need? It needs a raw model and a model texture. Pointer. Okay. So we'll have m_model, comma, null pointer, just for now. Make it work. This shouldn't be here. Never mind. Doesn't matter. So let's see what we do here now. We need a textured model. We need a Q vector 3D position. Okay, Q vector 3D x0 y0, actually -5, isn't it? 0.5. Want it in the center of the screen. .5, and then I want it at minus 2. Okay, comma, 3 lots of 0. And a 1.0. And there it goes, that's it, done. And we've got an unused variable now. Entity. Ah. That has to be m_entity. I'm just thinking, actually, no, it doesn't. Because this doesn't need to go in the colour part. This if statement doesn't matter yet. Oh, damn. This isn't needed. This is a test piece, isn't it? There we go. I've just realised. Darn it. No, I'm going to leave it there. Alright, we need the texture shader and the colour shader. We've got our entity. A bit jerry-rigged, but it's an entity anyway. I'm not even checking if it's a colour one or a not colour one, but because we aren't loading a texture, it's immaterial. Yeah, well, never mind. So now we need the shaders. And we have the shaders above main window code here. mloader set shader. So we obviously get the shaders from somewhere. And there they are. At this point, I only want the colour shader. Are they different? They are. This will only work with the colour shader. Alrighty. Let's just get the colour shader and then we'll work it through. Amber 3D. ::. API. : Color shader. Star. Get. Color shader. Just return. M_color shader. Semicolon. Space. And that's going to break whatever we've done down here. Unless... Oh, wait a minute. No, we did both, didn't we? Nice, sensible, and do... Yes, I did both. Fantastic. I was one step ahead of this problem. Oh, we can just do that. Copy. Tab. Tab. Paste. And just change it all to texture. So it's get texture shader, return texture shader. Just want access to it, that's all. There we go. That will give us access to the texture shader. Fantastic. We've got access now to both shaders, and that's in our import OBJ, which of course we have a copy of down here somewhere. We called it importer. So that is now importer. Get texture shader. And this one is importer, get color shader. There we go. That's you done. Expected expression, that's correct, you did. We won't anymore, we won't expect that anymore. How's about that then? So we are setting the rendering. Our entity is a textured entity. What is M entity here? It's a textured entity. Yeah, I thought so. So we only have the textured entity. We don't have the coloured entity in play yet. That's annoying. Let's just make sure that things are working where we expect them to. Excellent. Debug. Debug. Alright. Application did what? A render goes here once. Yeah, I can understand that. Okay. Can we get the application up? Can. So it's done that thing twice this time. I don't know why it does it twice. It should only do it once. So as soon as I load the object, we get a segmentation, zigzag. And it's there. Return texture. That's a zigzag. That is correct. That's a null pointer. I can tell you that without even looking. Oh, that was right. I had to load a fake texture, didn't I, to get it to work? I remember now. Yeah, I remember now. How to get rid of this? Oh, like that. Okay. Yeah. We had to load a fake texture. We can't pass a null pointer, so we need to load something. What have we got under textures? Load a texture. Any texture will do. Blue, gold, terrain, gold PNG. I'll do. So it's back in our converter. Where we put that null pointer. We can't do that. So we're going to have to put something else here. And for that, we are going to need... I don't know if we've got it. Why can't I delete? Ah, I can. It's just delayed. Okay. We are going to... I don't know if importer's got it or not. Importer. Load OBJ. Not in there. Where is it? Alright, I don't know which one it is. I've got a horrible feeling it's actually inside something else. No, it's MLoader. Is that a variable I can get hold of? Here? I doubt it. No, it's locked. So we need MLoader from in here. Ba-dabba-doo, dabba-doo, dabba-doo. We need MLoader. Okay. And that means we come to here and go Amber. It is Amber 3D, isn't it? Yeah, Amber 3D. Colon. API. Colon. It is GFX loader. Yep. Star. Get. GFX loader. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Get GFX loader. Doesn't look right. Loader. And that will be return M underscore loader. Yeah. We need it. Otherwise we can't get a texture. Not easy stuff, not easy stuff. Hey, what's this? I'm live twice on my channel. Well, hey. Oh, YouTube, you so silly. So this is how this is gonna go. It's going to go get GFX loader. Load texture. And that takes a file name. And we're going to call it gold. Why not? And that will give us an OpenGL texture. Texture model was asking for what? Texture model texture. What does this give? Amber 3D model. Textured model. Yeah. I'm not getting the model back up now. So it wants Textures, model texture, star, model texture. I'll just put a comma in and it's stopped messing me about. So it wants a raw model and textures, model texture. Textures, model texture. All right. Okay. Where did I hide it? I hid it. In studio. If it's still there. It is. We're building a fake textured model. Okay. Oh, not responding. Thank you. So function key 3. There we go. Oh gosh, that's a bit large. No, it's still too large. Keep it about there. Alrighty. Get this mouse out of my way. Oh dearie me. What is going on today? We set the shader. We loaded it to VAO. Ah, it's the texture. Ah, right. So we have to put this bit in here, which is an Amber 3D textures model texture. Model texture. That one there. We need that. Okay. Let's see if we can do that then. So to do that, we are looking in here. I'll put it up here. Hash include. Amber 3D. Slash. Textures. Model texture.h. We should put it here. Texture 1. is the variable I am hunting. And it goes in there. It also goes in here as a null pointer. If it doesn't get set, it will crash the program. That's great. And it gets deleted there. There we go. That's set up. So it's been defined, it's been deleted, and now we can give it a value. And that equals... Pudding, you're being a bit noisy there. Clean yourself quietly. That should give me texture. Huh? Oh no, it doesn't. It equals a new. Space back off. And equals a new Amber 3D colon textures colon model texture open brackets Q OpenGL texture correct close correct. That's what it equals. And this just equals mtexture m_texture 1. That's happy. That's happy. We can get off me. That's happy. So texture 1 is no longer a null pointer. Bit dodgy. Very dodgy programming. Very janky. Well, I hate to say it, but it compiles. I hate to say it, but it... Interesting. What happened there? Oh, we got our OpenGL markers. Badly. Model loaded, render goes here. Okay, let's click that button and get ourselves a sig fault. In Q OpenGL functions 3.3, draw elements. Fantastic, we got to the drawing. Draw elements, mode, count, type, indices. Which one of those is wrong? Does anybody know? Read declared inline. Attribute ignored, okay. Redeclared in line. What? This is C++. Declarations, the amount of declarations don't matter. That's not the point. Mode count type indices. What the point is where is it coming from? It's coming from the GUI event dispatcher. Is correct. Okay. Coming from here. Oh, wait a minute, what have I done wrong here? What have I done wrong? I've done something stupid here, haven't I? Yeah. I think I have. M camera doesn't matter. M projection doesn't matter. Entity, we've given you a texture. Render. Textured entity, yeah. We've given you the color shader. And you've tried to set a texture, haven't you? Yes, you. I need some more information on this model that we've loaded. Model loaded equals true. Okay, and if that is true. I want a queue debug. What do I want a queue debug? Blah de blah de blah. Has texture equals what does that equal? That equals M model. And that get has text. Go. And if that says false, then we should be alright. That says true. We could be in problem. We could have problem. Renderer goes here, load, false, thank you. Alright, I know what the problem is. We've got no texture. Well, we've loaded a false one. Let's be honest. We've loaded a false texture because we haven't written the program properly. All we've done is we've decided we wanted to have textures. So that equals false. We're going through to rendering. If blah blah get raw model get has textured is true, then it's doing that one, and it's putting through the shader, the correct shader. Otherwise, it's telling it a load of guff. I don't think we've got that in our renderer. I don't think we've programmed it for that yet. You see, this is a problem. I haven't fully programmed Amber 3D. I'm literally halfway through programming it, and we haven't got the colour shaders properly set up. So let's go one step back and test out what happens if we load which model? Body, I think it was. Yes, body.obj. What happens then? I haven't got colour sorted. Let's try that. We'll build it. Body, by the way, is the Suzanne monkey head out of Blender. It compiled.
I can't get that for you, but here's the result.
Right, what was that about? Help. What happened there? Oh, right, I see what's just happened there. Fine. Thank you very much, Cortana. Very kind of you. Weird. Cortana just popped up. No idea why. Texture height equals false. Well, it doesn't. It equals true. Why should it equal false? Alright, where do we set it? We set it somewhere up here. Here we go. Current core equals -1. Material file name. Okay, we can't do it off that. Let's use material. VT texture. Here we go. If it's not there, and what should it be? Data, yeah. Where's our face? Store face data. Yeah, we're dealing with the textures there. We're not dealing with it here at all, and we should be. We don't have it at all. That's why it's false. We haven't even addressed the idea of it having textures. But before clean storage, we've got to do that. We address that. If TS is greater than 2, then temp I've got get. I don't have set. I don't have set. Which means it should have been set in raw model. Load to VAO. Can't get to it from here. Blast. Razor sharp source repos, damn. Open a local folder. Don't care. Sorry, I just don't care. Just deleted a load of stuff, so to it. That's what I want. Select folder. So it's coming up false. Me textures. And that is in API. And it shouldn't be. We open this file. That shader. Bool has textures equals false. Destroy buffers. Load. Okay. I can't see what this is doing properly. Return raw model, right. That's texture. You. Where are you used? Where are you turned to true? There. If num_text coords is greater than or equal to 2. And it stores the data. Text coords. So we set it to false and then check for true. If it's not true, then we come through and we do the color shader. And this is coming from num_text coords here. No member name. What? All right. But we have addressed it. I was wrong. So at that point there, it should have. We need to know the TS. Because that's the value that's being passed through. It's not greater than or equal to 2. I find very interesting. Texture array size equals TS. Can you do that line? Compiling and running. Load object. Cancel. Texture array size equals 1. Pardon? Where do we get that texture array size equal to 1 then? Ah. Yeah. That's janky there. Take you out for a second. I put that into cover colours, didn't I? M has textures. It's not setting M has textures on the M face element count. Store face. This goes straight through. No, it doesn't. It ends there. Okay. And data to API. Store face is private. Does it record? M has textures. Has textures equals false. Has normals equals false. If M current color E, it should be less than 0. Oh dear. That's not going to work. Every time it comes through here, as textures equals to true. As normals equals true. Yeah, that seems to be right. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. And there we go, has textures, everything else there. That's not working properly. And I can prove it, can't I? Q. Debug. I'll show you what's happening first, and then we seem to need to solve it, I suppose. We need to. I want to show it first because I know what the problem is already. Oh, has texture. Semicolon. So let's see if we can. First of all, I want to clear that rubbish off. We'll just get rid of it altogether, I think. Compiler. Build. At the moment, I'm just feeling my way through this programming code. Finding where it's really not gonna fit in with what I want to do. Okay. So I should get a long list of garbage. We did. Okay. But it's false all the way. Quite a lot of it as well. Has texture never goes true. So M current color is never equal to -1. Is the answer. Why should it be M current color equals -1? We set it to that after cleaning the storage, but what about before cleaning the storage? What about at the beginning of the program, and how does it get changed? So M current color, there you go, -1. Who changes it? You do. So it gets changed before we get to the faces with a US beginner. Is that correct? And we just took body, didn't we? What? It's an OBJ. Okay, we'll load it with something else then. Yeah, okay, fine, I don't care. Whatever. I'll read it in a minute, work it out. So we are now in Model Converter, Resources, OBJ, Body, Notepad++, that'll do. US increments it. Oh, it's got enough vectors. Why did I choose body and not head? DT. VN. Yeah, that's right. VN next. Then we come to the materials. Faces. Okay, beginning of faces. There it is. None. ++. So it's pointless checking it to -1 because it can never be that. It has to be equal to or less than 0. But then it may be single colour. So we've got to check USEMTL none. is the answer. And what have we checked? Not enough. So we push it back. If data at 1 I'm going to put not equal to. Not equal to none. And then you can add. There you go. Whoa. So we're fixing the original program now, which is good. I knew it was wrong when I did it. Now to do with that. Ready, you. Run. I know it's going to crash. Load. Oh, we got a different one. Index out of range. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Close pro. Has texture still equals false? I've done that wrong, haven't I? The line starts with US. Use material gets a pushback of the data at 1. N-O-N-E. Sure I got that right. Did I not get that right? Am I stupid? Capital N-O-N-E. So no, I didn't get it right. There you go. Just check and things become apparent. Oh, I think I need a cup of coffee after this. Wow. That's intense, man. That's intense. Alright, we've got that. Okay. Our application will crash. We don't care about that. What I do care about is trues. We've got has texture equals true. Now we can continue. Okay, so we've got texture. We've got that reading correctly. And we've got an assert of a vector crashing out. So we need to know which vector's crashing out. One of our vectors isn't right, which, after all, we've only got 1,000,001. Will you please tell me which one, you know? Might help. Now we've got textures going. Signal meaning unknown signal. Signal from the operating system. The operating system means a graphics card. And I've got a -1 here. Alrighty. So let's get rid of you. Why have I got I equals -1? That is definitely bad. Index out of range, okay. Blue, green, red. And its name is Model Diffuse Color. Out of range. Vector, Model Diffuse Color. We shouldn't be using it. Why are we trying to use it? Where are we trying to use it? Where's the stack? There. Oh, right. We don't have the colour array. Oh god, I've got the reverse problem going on here now, haven't I? Yeah. We've now got the reverse problem going on, which is fine. Absolutely fine. We don't have any colours to put in there. Okay. We should have a colour. We should have a default colour. So faces, you have done it to me again. Yes, it's in the face. The problem's in the face. We should have a default colour in case the texture file is bad. So again, in our face, model, OBJ file, yeah. MTL file, yeah. Private, here we go. Store face. It's putting a -1 in. Vertex texture, normal. Where's the colour? I'm not even recording the colour. I am, it's there. And the current colour is -1. Alright, that's bad. That's bad. That's totally bad. That's never going to work in a month of Sundays. How does it record the colours? It records them in M diffuse colour. That will look into the face count. M colour. Oh wait a minute, I've got a load of debugs in now which aren't helping, haven't I? And they're back in the face. That debug can go. That's done its job. Actually, has it? I change it. 1 second. Check it first before you delete it. Go for bot. Should have come up false. Yeah, we know it's bad. Okay. It does come up false. Good. Fantastic. Yes, we're gaining. We're gaining. We're gaining. We are gaining better code. And that's what this is about. Oh, I'm happy now. Actually improved the code already. That's fantastic. Done. Debug done. Works. Now we've got a problem with colour. If we don't store a colour and m current colour is equal to -1, then we can't make a colour. So it's the same check as has texture. Yep. Right, let's go and find it. Let's go track it down. I'm messing about now. It's here. That's the problem area. So if it has a texture, then that's fine. And each one of those color arrays never tested. Cut. This is going to look absolutely weird. I'm going to put it in the same area. Yeah. But instead of pushing back this diffuse color here, what I'm going to push back, red, green, blue, M transparency. These are all floats, aren't they? Yeah. What I'm going to do instead is take that out. There isn't one. And I'm going to put 0.5F in. I've got some sound coming through. What's going on? Is it the cat snoring? It has some kind of weird purring noise going on. Alright, again, 0.5. So what we're going to give it, as well as the texture, we're going to give it a colour, a basic colour, in case the texture fails. So that's that bit. Okay. And now we can do else. What it should be. That's a lot better than it was. Yes. Now we still have the problem of this line here. So if it doesn't have textures, we still have to put a blank texture in. We have to do it before that. Before we take its size. Why? Because then we pass it through. I doubt it gets stored though. Let's see if we're right. I'm still thinking about putting an if here, but I just don't know how to. See, I can't put that. We'll need a count. I can put that in. Looks like a hack to me. Then it'll get a size. And everything will be happy. No null pointers dangling around. Okay. That's improved the code. I want a clean build. Not my problem. Should take a little bit longer. Right, that was a clean build. 12 seconds, not bad. I think we run it debug style, as this seems to be giving us more information, as it were. Let's pop you up there. Get the application open. So this is garbage. This OpenGL is giving out garbage for some reason. It's not good. Just fixed all of those. Okay. Who's asserted it this time? Who's done it this time? QVector float. 0 items. Int. Nothing should have 0 items. Well, this has 0 items, obviously, but what is this? So it's coming from the importer, and it's coming from send data to API mloader. Wrong. How the hell did that happen? Did I just accidentally delete something? What the hell happened here? What? Mloader? No. Store OBJ, send data to API Loader. Oh, right, I see, yeah. That's right. That gives us a raw model. Should do. Yeah. Amber 3D. Let's check it out first. D. AP. No. Models. Model. Star. Temp. Always use temp. Equals. A new. Amber 3D. Models. Raw model. And it wants an I think, yeah. Right, so that's that there. Yeah, that equals that. Cut you out of there. Pop you in there. One open, two open. Can I move the cursor? Thank you. One shut, semicolon. That's right. What's wrong with you here? Start const. Okay, no non-conversion. Amber 3D models, raw model, star to const, blah blah blah, something or other. Oh, right, it's the new business. Sorry. Doesn't equal a new one at all. Interesting. Raw model equal what? What does raw model equal? Oh, I'm in the wrong bloody file again. Loader, load to VAO, all of that stuff. Yeah, that's right. I think it is. So M store OBJ. Port. Don't need that. Go back up to the top, it's easier. Raw model, send data to API. GFX loader, star create model. Yeah, that's fine. Send data to API. Not liking it. Alright, let's get rid of all this extenuating circumstances. Like, this rubbish here. Oh, wait a minute, not that much. We don't need this bit either, do we? No, let's get rid of 328. And that's it, done. Alright, turn. All we do now is be very good and return temp. I've still got unclaimed breakpoint. Thank you. That's right. Yep, that's right. It's a GFX loader. That command is correct. No, it's gonna cry. Where? I've got a 0 item queue vector knocking about. Texture array size equals 0. That's probably why. Index out of range. Yeah, I can see it is. What? Oh. Right, okay. Textures aren't working. When it's coming to store them, it's completely cocking up. And that's because I left it on box RGB and I didn't change it back to body like I was supposed. Idiot. That's supposed to be body. We're not doing that. Okay. My bad. We want textures true, not textures false. Okay. Texture size, yeah, that's correct. As textures equals true. Render goes here. 6 7. That's more like it. Draw elements we're on now. MGL, draw elements, GL triangles, model, get index count. What model does it think it's got? That's a raw model. Okay. Let's just have a closer look at that for a second. Where do we get that raw model from? Where is it model equals? Because I don't think it should be that at all. Unless we'll put it right at the top here. I think we did. Yeah. Well, that's correct. So model does equal raw model. Okay. The only thing I'm setting is a uniform value. UMVP. So that shouldn't upset it. Calculated that, that's fine. Everything else is fine here. Yeah, we've got a clear colour. That's under prepare. Did we prepare? Interesting question. No, we didn't. We just called the renderer. But hold on a minute, there's other stuff here in this renderer. just one moment. Right, well for starters it's on 3.3 core. That could give us a problem. I think we're going to have to stop doing that. That's not going to work, is it? We do have a render prepare, so we should be calling it. Let's be honest. At the moment, if I'm right, it's just what colour? Blue. Right, okay. So I don't want blue. I want it to change colour. So here, I would like to prepare semicolon. I don't want to do anything with that prepare at the moment, but it is needed later on. Let's have a further look here. We call render with all the bits and pieces. Calling it with all the correct bits and pieces. Camera, a texture entity, a shader, and a projection matrix. That's not going to work, that bit there. At least we've got that get has texture working. There's no else, because that just doesn't work. We haven't got it. Okay. Is model loaded? Yep. Do we ever set that? Must do. It's getting through to the render. Okay. So the only problem I can see with it is model get index count. Now I know what the model get index count should be. It's the number of faces. Times 3. And what have we set it to? Oh God, what have we set it to? What on earth did we set it to? Index count. Main window. It should be here. Where's it all gone? I've lost it all now again. Right, that's main window. That's your import, yeah. Blah, blah. Here we go. No, that's import. That's import. Door, yeah. You, woo. Uint is index array dot size. Okay. QDebug. This is going to be a fun one. And that's index array size equals. That will be is. Not sure. Not sure. Just gonna debug up to there as well. What have I cocked up? How did I cock that up? Oh, right. Too many of them. Alright. Sorry about that. Alright. So load object gets to there. 2904. It says there. $2904 is the value of is, and it's got 2904 items in it. That looks about right. Double it, you get TS. Correct. Color array. Why have you got 11616 items in you? Oh, that's because I've put them in. Whoops. I've added a base color, haven't I? That's times 4. Which looks about right, yes. That's about right, yeah. Yeah, it's got to go with CS, the colour array size, yeah. So by adding those masses and masses of colours, that's not good, that's a waste of memory. So we're not handling this very well. Alright. Step in. Step in. Who's causing the error? Alright, step over then. Back in QVector, we've got to that assert we've got back. Right, we've got to GFX loader. Indices equals 0. Two nine. Ah, right, yeah. Okay. Oh, bugger. That's not right. Colors 0.5. False. As textures equals false. Why? Oh, that's right, we haven't got to it yet. Raw model, yeah. Next call this, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Step over. Step over. So we've gone into the textures, so the textures become true. I don't like what I'm seeing against what I should be getting. That texture file, yeah. Right, so he's gone through all of that. Alright. Okay. Not accept. Oh. Take you off there. And the figures that we're generating are correct. The index count is step over. 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 $2904 indices 0 OXO. Galena 4, yeah. Yeah. No, I don't see the problem. 5125. Ooh, what's this? 1405. Indices. That's correct. 0th indices. Mode count. Mode count type indices. Nothing wrong with this. Something else wrong. Draw elements can't be wrong. I know it already works. It's already been tested. It was the reading and the writing of data that I wanted to look at, not the actual rendering. The only way that can be wrong is by us calling the wrong things. Or the data's not there. Are we allowed to copy? Hold on a minute. Get rid of you. And you. Are we allowed to do that copy or not? Where is that copy that we're doing? Return temp. We are copying a raw model. Not its data, but its position. That's a shallow copy, isn't it? What is this for? Yeah, loading 3D models. I think I've got a shallow copy error. If I have, I've got to rewrite the whole goddamn thing. Line 49, just take it out, just don't do it. Getting rid of those, that doesn't seem to be working very well, that macro. Ah, no. Where is it? The project. Where's the project? God, I hate using such small screens. Here we go, yeah. Just compile it. I've got a macro in there and I think it's messing things up. I've only just started using that macro in the last few weeks or so. And every time I've used it, something's messed up, so it's usually the shallow copy kind of thing. Build. Clean all. Rebuild all. That should be a fun one. Yeah, doing 3D model stuff is pretty tricky. I don't normally do it on a screen that's so small so I can see everything. I have multiple files open. I can join the dots. I've been trying to keep the number of files down and it's really not working for me. Well, I think I want to write it all in one file. At the end of the day, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to rewrite it all to one single file. And stuff all of this rubbish that I've done, jumping around and get this, get that, set this, set that. Just have one file that does the lot. Because right now we have a bug. It doesn't matter about that anymore. Not going to work this. Yeah, it's not going to work. It needs a rewrite. Damn it. I was hoping to get away with the original code, but because the original code doesn't give us what we need, it ain't going to work. Oh, that is so unfair. I don't care. I'll do it. I'll rewrite the whole thing. Don't care. That's what it takes. I'll do it. But we're going to be writing it into one file and one file only. Do we need a second file? No, I can't see why we should. Problem is I'm going to have this small window to do it in. I'll do it. I can do it. I'm brave. There's nothing wrong with that. It's this converters to I've tried to keep it down to, like, I've got 3 files here, but I only want it on 1. So we're going to have to do this differently. Totally differently. And we can do it. We can do it. So Model 3D Converter, I'm going to call it a failure. Unless somebody can come up with something that they have seen. I'll put this up on GitHub. Let's put it up then, Git. I've done as much as I can with it to get everything as close as possible. Let's use final code as close as pos to rendering a textured model. I consider this project a fail. It's fine. Can't win every single project. I consider that a fail, totally. Fail. It is doing everything right all the way up until it renders. Nah, there's something wrong there. I know what, I've got an idea. I've got a horrible feeling I know what's wrong, but I can't go there because I can't explain it to anybody. I won't know how to explain it. Right, let's stick it up on GitHub. Yeah, push. That'll do. Push it up there. There you go. Finished successfully. So if you go to GitHub now, for my web page, which is www.amberskies.org.uk. Click on the GitHub code and it gets you to github.com/amberskies. Go to Amberskies QT, the fourth one that we've done here. And it's not on the master branch, we're on Windows 10. So Windows 10, you will find Model Converter, Final Code, close as possible to rendering a texture model. I consider it a failure. So there's all your code. You can look through it and see if you can pick it apart, but I've got a damn good idea what's wrong with it. I didn't think too hard about it when it happened, and I can show you what's wrong with it. Just by running it. Application, that's what's wrong with it there. OpenGL sent S OBED00A0. Does anybody know what that is? That is the version of OpenGL that we are using. Exactly. And for some reason, it stopped converting it into words, which it should do. And that comes up in here under initialize GL. OpenGL /s. Don't know why I've got that. It's QDebug, isn't it? Take that out. Don't even know why I've got that. Waiting for something. Like what? Build, maybe? OpenGL, yeah. So it's giving us BF600A0. You'd have to look that up. It's supposed to give it back as a string, isn't it? No, it doesn't. That's funny because I've been able to do it before. There's nothing here. There's no dot, there's nothing. That. There you go. Right, you should tell me now. Unsigned char star. So it's a const unsigned char star. There we go. So can that be converted to anything? Nope. Cannot. I find that interesting because a char star is characters. And it's still giving out a hexadecimal number. And it shouldn't even be giving it out. It shouldn't even get there. So no, I don't know what the heck's happened there. Okay. So that's that. Model 3D converter finished. Close all projects and editors. Okay. We have to start again. But this time we're going to do it differently. We're not going to start with the UI. And there's a big reason for it, and I need a cup of coffee. So before we start again, can I have a cup of coffee? Please? Give me 5 mins or so. Are we allowed to give you music? Are we allowed to give people music on here? It's on a capture device, so yeah, of course. No copyright. Here we go. Let's give you some music. Ooh, that doesn't look good. That working? Yeah, it's working. Right, I'm gonna go make a coffee.
I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where sun go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I've decided to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
Monday.com is an intuitive platform for managing your entire R&D.
From iteration planning and roadmaps to bug reporting and backlogs,
You can manage anything. We'll start with a board. Here, you track everything your team is working on. Columns are fully customizable, making it easy to build processes across departments. Everything is visual. Get a clear sense of the iteration and easily prioritize. Upload design specs and get quick approvals and feedback. Views present the information on your board in different ways. Check on your team's iteration capacity, see where the biggest bugs lie, or see a breakdown of progress. If you want to see the bigger picture, use dashboards. As a manager, you can get key insights and metrics from all your projects in one place. You can even broadcast dashboards around the office. Monday.com integrates with your favorite tools and combines everything your team is working on into a single collaborative hub without the friction. Managing your R&D is now easier than ever, so go to Monday.com and start your free trial today.
Introduction to Fractional Shares. How to invest from just £1. This video is going to explain about fractional shares and show you how this feature enables you to invest small amounts with Trading 212 in even the largest priced shares. Let's go straight to the Trading 212 app. On the home screen, we can see different lists of stocks. Tap on Fractional Shares. Here you'll find a list of well-known stocks, many of which cost hundreds of dollars. For example, we have Amazon and Alphabet near the top, both of which cost well in excess of $1,000. The trouble with such large prices is that buying even just a single share requires you to invest a substantial amount of money in one company. If we buy one loan...
Let's give you some more music. Let's not get myself settled and work out what I'm going to do next. Quite easy. I'm going to write a program. In one file. That's the challenge. And I want it to load up box RGB. Do that.
You love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me.
Need that. Alright, this has to be done totally differently because there are things happening between OS and Qt that I don't like. I know what one of them is, so I'm going to completely do it differently. Called it Model 3D Converter. Damn. Can't reuse that. Console application for starters. I want to change, and I can't see the bottom of the screen, can I? Why can't I see the bottom of the screen? Does anybody know? Is it because I haven't given myself enough screen to see? Can I make this bigger? Yes, I can. Doesn't help. You can't see the bottom of the screen either. That's interesting. What the hell's going on here? Oh God, what's happening? The fonts are too big? I think the fonts are too Okay, can I see the bottom of the screen now? Yes, I can. Choose. You're going to have this bit small. Alright. What we're going to call it? Converter. No, model converter. Converter. And underscore console. There we go. Qt programming. Browse. The location is on the PC. What? I don't want the OneDrive. Go away. Who's got the OneDrive open? Have I got it open? No. What's it on about? I don't have a OneDrive going. Right, we'll put it in here. And we'll keep it under this GitHub. Yeah, we'll keep it on the same GitHub then. So we'll try it in here. As its default. Next. QMake, yeah. Language, not bothered. I don't want it in that one, I want it in that one. Yeah, that's fine. Next. Git, yes please. Finish. There we go. That's it. That's so big. I don't understand the scaling on this. That's 100%. It's recommended me to this size, and it doesn't put it at this size, it puts it a different size. If I go to 100%, look how small it goes. Display resolution 1080. That's wrong. Scaling's completely wrong. So I will close. And we will reopen at 125. See if it responds. Nope, not really. What the hell is this? Close. Open. I don't know what to do now. Right, we'll try it there. What the hell? Right, Q-Core application problem. Problem number 1. What do we need? We need to have the right things. That's for certain. Look at all this rubbish that we created. What's all this here? I have no idea what all of that lot is there. Where's the profile? That one. Core, GUI, and widgets. Okay. I'll keep that open a minute. I also want to put in this. Alright, let's see what it's given me. GUI minus. Alright, no GUI. What about widgets? We've got core, haven't we? Yeah, okay. Qt core GUI. Is it just GUI or capitals or GUI? Alright. Plus equals core GUI widgets. C++ config 17. I want C11 minus app bundle. Not bothered. I do want that in though. I'll pop that in here. That matters not to me, but to people who may follow this using a different build structure instead of a dot profile. I always use dot profiles, always. I find them easier. Alright, that'll do. So, first things first, we need resources. So, copy. And paste. There we go, we now have resources. So, add existing directory. Resources. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Yep, good. And I can't see the bottom of the screen again. Okay. And yes. Done everything. Has it done everything? I think it has. Can't see. I can't see what it's done, so I can't tell you that it's done everything. Isn't that good? Oh god, can we go back to Linux? Please, can we go back to Linux? This is ridiculous. Windows is rubbish. Absolute trash. It's not even scaling this properly. Alright, I'll do that. Version control's good. Other files, we now have everything in there that we wanted. An OBG, yeah, and GLSL. Yeah, that's good. Right. Main. Q color application, what does that do? It gives us the event loop. Are we going to be using it? Probably not this time. Yeah, we might just take that out. Alright. Alright, first things first, take this out. Take everything out that could be dodgy. Alrighty, return 0. We'll return a 0. Unused parameters argc and argv. So, first thing we want to do is an IO stream. Hash include, let's use C a bit. And we'll use, yeah, IO stream. Because we can. And it's std. Nearly got it right. std, ooh, colon. C out. We are going to num arguments equals, and we will pass to that argc, and then we can std colon endl, end line. Next line, standard, C out. I love beginning new stuff like this, it's great. Especially when I can't spell for toffee today. C out. And argument 1 equals. And we will put in argv 0. And that should be it. Let's run that program. Oh my god, what happened to my mouse? Okay, run that program. Save all. Always save files before build. Save all. Num arguments equals 1. Argument 1 equals, well, yeah. Let's have a look and see. Argument 1 equals blah blah blah. Model converter console build. Debug. Right, that's wrong. That's the first thing. It's also press return. Right, press return. Thank you. So first thing is that's wrong. Okay. std endl. So we've got to fix that first of all. Way to fix that is to go to your projects, switch to projects here, and under run C blah 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 model converter underscore console. It says /build. I don't want that as my working directory. I want it in the actual model converter console. Why do I want it there? I want it there so that, how can you put it? We can pick up the resources folder properly. If it's in the build directory, then our resources won't work at all. That's the first thing. Second thing I want to do is to connect this. Add library. External. Next. Library file. Browse. Oh. What's it called? Oh no, I don't care. Just get on with life. Give me a break. Window. Which is in Amberskies, Amber 3D, yeah. And I want the debug one. That one there. And the include path is definitely not debug. It's just there. Amber 3D SL will be the debug path. I only want it for Windows because that's all we're bothered with. Static library. Library inside a debug. Yeah, next. Finish. Who's this? And why have I got it on screen? Oh, distribution files. Alright, so it's added all my distribution files this time. Oh, that's nice. Very kind of it. Alright. Tools. Git. Local repository. Commit. Save all. Select all. Looking good. First, commit. Project setup. As we can see, everything is now all out in different bloody sizes. It's pathetic. And it's not Qt's fault. These are the correct sizes. Windows has just distorted everything completely on me. Lovely. Everybody should program on Windows and find out what hell it is. Right, so we've got a main. That's all saved. Everything's now on GitHub. Remote repository. Push. Done. It's now under Windows 10 on the GitHub, as shown previously. Alright, let's get rid of you then. I just don't think I'm going to bother with that. what we're going to do instead is a program. The first thing I'll want is a window to draw my OpenGL in. So we are going to have a class. So main. And here I'm going to have a window 3D. And we're going to make a 3D window. Of course we are. So it's going to be class. Do we protect this or not? Yes, we should. What should we call this? Development. Dev. So namespace. Dev. Close. Ourselves a space there. We'll give ourselves a space there. We don't need it there, do we? Need it there. There we go. Sorted. Now what do we need? We need a project creation date. Pull one up. It's not got one. We've not got one. We got one here. No. Where are they? I'm in the wrong file. There we go. Copy that. And we'll set ourselves up properly. It is the 16th of April. So that's the 16th of April. Uh, 3D model converter. Yeah, that's correct. That's good. Keep that, and that will do. All I want. So here we want a class. And we can call it Window 3D, I suppose. May as well. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna. We can have. Can we have the include? I wonder. Q. Open. Yes, we can. GL widget. And hash include. I'm going to do something different this time. Q open GL functions. I'm not going to tell it which one. I am not going to tell it which one to use. So let's inherit. We'll inherit publicly the QOpenGL widget. And I've just realised something. IO stream is part of that. Part of this. Okay. Yeah. So cut that and put it there. That's an include for main. This is includes for this. I'm going to keep them separate. Protected. We shall have Q open GL function. That should be okay. So this class, will it need to be a Q object? It should be a Q object. One of them. Public. We shall have a colon. What should we have that's public? Ah, wait a minute. Just realised I've got brackets and I'm not using them, aren't I? Let's use the brackets. Let's do it properly. In case I will learn how to switch on dots going downwards. We are going to have a window 3D. And that will be a Q widget star parent equals a null pointer. That is correct. It's then going to be a colon. I don't like doing it that way, so we're going to do it this way instead. Tab, colon, space, Q OpenGL. I'm hoping I've got this right. Q OpenGL we get. That was about an OpenGL. Got it completely wrong. Widget. It's not going to give me any help, and that's just going to be parent. And that should do it. What's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. It's decided to get rid of that. Okay, that's fine. And we can put the brackets in there. Alright, that's the first part done. Will we need to destroy anything? No idea, so I'll put a destructor in if we need it. Let's see what we got now. We'll have protected, of course. This is what I always get wrong. I can never remember the protected things. There will be initialize. Oh no, it isn't, is it? It's void initialize GL override. Then we have void paint GL override. So we got void resize event. Resize event? No, we'll have that one. Override. So I've got these three. Why is it doing it there? What is it doing? Oh, damn it. these, hasn't it? There we go. This is easy. Qt does it all for you, you know. You don't have to struggle to remember half the stuff in this game. A lot easier using Qt. And after that, I think we'll have private. Can't think of any private functions right now, so I'll just leave it as that. There we go. That's it. Everything's been done for me. The first thing I want to do is this resize GL. Width and height. Right, so at the beginning of all of this, we're going to have some hash defines. Use our hash define area. Hash define. Object. Model 3D to load. And that's just going to be, and I'm going to choose box RGB, my first one. I want a big L there as well, don't I? There we go. Model 3D to load. Box RGB. Hash define. Display. Window, display, no, display underscore width, and I'm going to make that 800 pixels. OBJ file, and that is in resources under OBJ. We have box RGB there, and it's only showing the MTLs. You absolute tosspot. No, it's not in that one. There it is. Tosspot. Taking me OBJs out. Again. The OBJs are supposed to be in here, so we'll just add existing files. Yeah, I don't give a toss about you. So I'm just going to click from there. Oh, for God's sake. Getting annoyed now. Add existing directory. Add existing directory. Oh, just do everything. Okay. Okay. Why can't I see it? I've got the textures. And existing files. Yes. Thank you. We've got them now. We've got all the OBJ files. So the one that I'm looking at is this one here. Great, which shows as hex. Okay, I'll show it in here. OBJ box RGB. It looks like this. So it's very short, it's 34 lines long, it's got that used material red, green and blue in it for my red, green and blue squares. So it's got a material library, won't have any textures in it, but we'll come to those when we come to them. So we're going to do with RGB first, and then we're going to do textures. Lovely. Warning, the code model could not pass an included file. Show details. Main.cpp27. Why can't you pass those files? You're lying to me. Are you? Is it now? They need Qt plus equals widgets. And what have we got? Qt plus equals widgets. So it's not a problem there. It can parse it, you're just lying. Okay. Beats me. Easiest way to check is compile output clean. Make it bigger. And we'll compile it. God damn you. God damn you. Why can you not do it? Now I've got to work this out. Global, widgets, global, QOpenGL widget, QOpenGL widget. I've included widgets. Max alignment has not been declared, okay. Doesn't tell me what the error is. Oh, max alignment dot underscore t has not been declared. May not be declared with a namespace. Have I just done something stupid with my includes and declared them in an int? Yes, I have. Right, no, I do want them here. What we'll do then is we'll take that and put it there. Right. Okay. Includes to the correct place. So, compiler output. I think we can clean that. It's full of red stuff. Okay, what we got now? Int, yeah. unused parameters. Yeah, that's correct. That's the next stage. Get rid of those unused parameters. Thank you. To get rid of those unused parameters, we need to hash include, and it is Q matrix for x4. Beautifully named function. What we are going to have, oh, here will do, is a Q matrix for x4, 4 by 4. We are going to call it something. Yeah. We call it. Let's just go grab the code first and I'll understand what I want to call it then. I think that's only fair. And the code on the doors is in here. There it is. Copy. Don't need to type it in. Typed it in enough in my lifetime to know what it is and to know what it does. What we do is we take the aspect ratio, which is going to be width and height. Well, no, it's not. It's going to be display width. I haven't finished doing these because I got interrupted. Display underscore height, height. We'll call that 400. And that's in pixels. So that's that one. So we can now use here display width. That's that one. Delete. Play H. There we go, that's U2. That's important that we do it that way so we can change things later on. Is why I was putting them in now. I knew I was going to need them. So, M projection. What is this? M projection thingy here. Oh damn, it's W and H. Sorry, bad one. W. And that's H. Just realised. It's asking me to use those two, isn't it? Duh. And projection it's not bothered about, is it? What's this here now? Yeah, but you don't know what M projection is. So I don't understand how you got that. It shouldn't be called M projection anyway. Copy. Yeah, it can be. Why not? There you go. That works now. Right, we need a FOV, near plane and far plane. So, okay. And that's hash define FOV field of view. I can't remember what the field of view is set to. I can find that. Let's find my field of view. It will be in Amber 3D Common Notepad. and it isn't. So if it's not in there, it's got to be in RPG Dev. Any common? No. Test. Window. Header file. Any hash defines in there? No, you haven't. We should have closed the window. Let's have a look in here. No, it's not in there. Don't be silly. In OpenGL. Ah, you have a common file. And there's the defines. I'm not using that null copy and assign one again. That really didn't do well. So let's pop you in here. So we've got FOV 90, near plane 0.1, far plane 50. That's in degrees. That's in meters. I pretend it's in meters. Meters. So I got pixels, pixels, degrees and meters, so I know what they're in. Excellent. Let's drink this coffee. I wonder how many people are going to just come along and say, what are you programming? Is the title not up? Is the title of this video not available to you? Let me just check. Yeah, it is. It says Amberskies 2020, C++, MMORPG, and I'm in the section where I'm doing the OBJ models. OBJ models. So the loading and converting them into something useful for an MMORPG. I don't understand why people keep asking me what this is for, or what this is. Title of video must be wrong. But yes, I am loading a model and I am converting it into a format that I would like to use in an MMO. A massive, multiplayer, online, role-playing game. What that role-playing game is irrelevant. I need to be able to convert the models because nobody in their right mind would use OBJ files alongside a game and distribute it and say that's going to work, because it isn't. You have to specify the format yourself in such a way that the loading of your 3D models can be done on the fly. They can be loaded at any time at huge amounts of speed and be presented on the screen to your player or whoever instantly. You don't want to be going through an OBJ file and doing all the work I'm about to do in this file. This file is going to contain everything you have to do. It's going to jump through all the hoops that you have to load up an OBJ file. And that's what this program does. It preloads an OBJ and saves it out to game prepared format, which we shall call GPF, game prepared format. That might be a good idea. GPF. There's a good initials for it. So yeah, that's what I'm programming. Sorry, I'm just a little bit angry at a failure. I've just done this once and it failed. So I apologise to you. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at me for letting it fail. I know better. I know better than to cock it up like that. Right, we need to initialise OpenGL. So let's do that next. How's about that? Is this going to work? Of course it is. How's about we just do initialize OpenGL functions. Semicolon. That wasn't hard, was it? I have no idea what I've just initialized. It says OpenGL functions and I've just initialized it. Fantastic. See, all I'm doing is I'm following now what Qt will give. And it gives us that. So what exactly have we got? If I know. And how do we find out? I'm gonna cut that. That's a generic C++ one, isn't it? Might as well put it here. Right, so what have I done? Let's find out what I've done. So, Q OpenGL functions. Here we go. Oh, the manual for it. Yeah, it's got a lot. It's still got this make current this business. Why have they got that still in here? I don't even know which OpenGL they're using. They don't seem to know which OpenGL they're using either. And does it matter? It matters a hell of a lot because it affects your shader language. Yeah, I know about that. I'm never happy with doing it that way for some reason. Well, you only have one OpenGL context if you only have one window. It has to be this. And that's what I don't get it. Let's try it. Let's try it. So std : cout. Open GL functions. Colon. SD : ENDL. And then we do std cout GL get string, and it is GL underscore version. Semicolon, and that's an std : end line. Have I got a crying cat here? No. Oh god, it's dreaming. The cat's dreaming. Righty. Okay, so we've got a window. It's not going to show for very long, is it? No. It isn't. Right, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call window 3D, which is in dev. So d dev window 3D, and we'll just call it window. Window dot show. It'll just blink on the screen and flash off again. And that's it. Let us build that. Clean that up. Can we build? Nope. V-table. Oh no. No, you can't do that to me. You are not being very funny. Okay. Why have we not got a V-table? The V-table, if you want to know, is a table of pointers to each of the functions. And I put a Q object in there. Let's just take that out. Yeah, Q object needs a V-table. Q widget must construct a Q application before a Q widget. Okay. Q application. Alright, we'll have a Q application then. So we need to do that next. Otherwise it won't work. Okay, so I will put up here. Hash. Actually, no, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do it a second. Doesn't matter. Hash include. And it wants a queue application. One of them. That's what it's asking for. So we'll make one. We have to make it first. So queue application. Open. And it wants argc and argv. Argc, comma, argv. There we go. I'll call it app. Yeah, we'll call it app. App dot sec. That's how it's supposed to be used. Which means that gets rid of those two lines that are no longer needed. Right, so that is now build and run. I think we've actually got something right now, unless it crashes. There's our model converter console. That's the window. Can't really see it, can you? It's all black. We're using 4.6.0 NVIDIA 445.75. There you go, so we're using 4.6. Return to close that, okay. Right, let's change the colour. That's the first thing we have to do. So once we've done that, we've got an OpenGL window now, so we can now put GL clear colour, and we'll have it as blue. So R, we'll put it, no, 0.05F, comma, R, G, 0.05F, comma, and it'll be 0.10F. Does it want an alpha value? Yes, it does, 1.00F. And that should do. That will be GL clear. And it will be GL color buffer bit. Yeah, that one. I prefer to OR that with GL depth buffer. Buffer bit. And that means when we initialize it, we have to initialize that. That's GL enable. And that's GL underscore depth. I think it's just GL depth. Good question. Is that all it is? We're in the platform area, aren't we? Depth test. So I was wrong. There we go. Now I'm right. Alright, so that's that. And that. And to make it obvious, I'll just change the blue to something horrible first. Like that. And we'll run that. Added a couple of lines of code, just run it and test it. There we go, we've now got a blue window. We can close. If you're wondering why the close works, where it doesn't if you do it in SDL or something like that, Qt does it for you in that app, in Q application. It's running the while loop that you would make SDL. If you're using something like SDL library, you do a while loop while running or something. In there you would test if that X button was clicked, and if it did, then you would close the program. So that's what our app exec is doing. It's running that while loop, while running loop, or while true loop, depending on how you look at it. So that's not bad. Oh, stretch. We've got the screen. What we need to do now is render to that screen anything that we load. So we will load something and render it. Right, what do we need to do to load something? An OBJ file. Read every goddamn line is the answer. I'll leave IOStream up there. I'll cut you out. I'm going to be adding to this slot now. And what we're going to need, we are going to need QString. For string handling abilities, and QString is fantastic. Take a look at it. Let's just have a quick look. F1, it's just fantastic. Everybody should use this. QString is better than the C class, as it does all of this 100 times more than the standard string header does. Yeah, do you get the idea? It's doing all of these different functions you get. And all of those functions, oh yeah, you also have the statics. Okay. It does a lot. Put it that way. I think I'll have vector. Yeah, I think we'll have vector. Do I want vector 3D? Well, that depends because I need to copy a file over. Platform, nope. Source. Core, nope. Data. I haven't used it. Platform. I haven't used it in there. I bet I've got it stored in here. But where would I have stored it? I would have been using it in the last one, wouldn't I? Of course. Yeah. The converter. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get that far. UI. Got make file. That's your build directory. I'm looking for a header file. That's it. That's the one. Copy you. That header file is needed. So we'll have it. And we need to add it to our pieces here. So let's get that, add file, add existing files, and you there, yes, and that should have gone into other files. No, it goes into headers. It's the only header file that I'm going to have, I hope. What this is a struct for each possibility within an OBJ file. If you're wondering where this came from, all I did was I typed in here wiki.obj. Alright, that's all I did. Alright, and all I did after that was, well, I just went like that and got it to something like, I got it down to somewhere like here. Right, press copy and chucked it into a file. That's all I did. And then I went through that file and made a struct out of anything that came up in the text that was useful, like V for vertex, vertices. And it tells you how of course, a wiki tells you how that's done. Textures it went on to next, and it went on to vertex normals, and it went on to vertex parameter, which I've never used, I don't think. And that's on an MU and an MV for some reason. Polygon faces, yeah, face elements, yeah. Can't use this one. There's two types. You can do two types. You can use quads to support GL quads, or you can do this one which supports GL triangles. I had to take GL quads out because draw elements doesn't support GL quads, which is the command I'm going to be using to draw to the screen. It doesn't support the quads. So this will give me a struct for every single different thing that can come up inside of one of these files. So we shall include you, and we need to include you at the top, really. So I shall have my includes up here. These are my own personal includes up here. So hash include, open inverted commas. And where is it gone? What's it called? OBJ. Okay, OBJ data structure. That's the one. So that's the file that I've named it. It's already up on GitHub, but it'll be up again on GitHub in a couple of minutes or so, I guess, because we're already on 4:15. So I'll be putting all this up on GitHub as well, so you can look through it. No, that looks good. That looks like we are in a good place to start. So how do we start? We need to start by reading in a line from our, well, we need to open our file first, and then, so how it goes is something, let's do this in English. So we show the window. Fantastic. What we need to do is we need to load up a model and then tell the window that we've loaded a model. Would you please display it? Simple, isn't it? We've got a window, we've got an application, we can do it. So open the .obj file. Read first line. Compare with possible lines as given in OBJ data structure.h. Yeah. And then store line for store each line ready to construct the model data. Okay, so if you have a look at one of these models, have a look at, oh, what do you pick off with this message? How do you get rid of that message? Anybody know? How do I stop it looking for OneDrive? It's not even in that one yet. We haven't even got that far. Right, we'll look in our own resources. OBJ. We're doing box, aren't we? I want the OBJ file. Okay. So we have a look in here. It's going to go through each line of these and read all of these things, each line in. We then have to compare, and using the structs that have been given to us by OBJ data structure, the header file, which I wrote myself, we are going to store all of this information. Luckily for the box, there's only a couple of lines, but if you have a look at body, there are thousands of lines. So there's a big difference between a low polygon something, which is a cube. This is a cube, by the way. And the Suzanne head in Blender. I'll keep that information there. That could come in pretty handy. Store each line ready to construct the model data. Okay, so that's what we do. We then need to construct model data. Then we need to store data to the GFX card, graphics card, and that's it. And store the OpenGL handles given by the GFX card. Alrighty, I'll do me. So that's what we're going to do. Now, I did ask it. Yes, it has done it. Amber SL, Amber 3D SL is available. Thank God for that. So we need to look and see what we have available in Amber 3D SL to do this for us. Already, the bit that I have written so far, I haven't finished this. I really should get down to finishing it, to be honest with you, instead of messing about with this lot. We have an API loader. That's the GFX loader. Okay. I don't have anything before the GFX loader. I don't have the OBJ loader. That's fine. I do have shaders. Don't care about that right now. But the GFX loader does care about that. Alright. What else have we got here? We have models. We have the raw model. We have a textured model, a raw model. We don't have a color model. The raw model will take care of anything that we need to do right now. So we can use a raw model. A raw model is given by the load to GFX. So that will be dropping out the bottom, a raw model. So all we need to do then is read each line and deal with it. Yep, I think we can do that. And we're going to do it step by step. Store it in the OpenGFX card. Sorry, store the OpenGL handles given back to us by GFX card, which will be a VAO, or a vertex attribute object. We will only need the VAO vertex attribute object and the number of indices. Also think about if the model has a texture or not. Alright, so we've got to bear that in mind. Now starting at the beginning, opening an OBJ file. Is dead simple. Is it QStream or Q? Yeah, it's just QFile. QFile and QStream probably do it. Just trying to think where I would have left any code for that. We might find the code. In no, yes, no, yes, here. Yeah, it is, it's all in here. Right, let's start sorting through all of this trash that I did last time. This is the fail code. Alright, let's just start at the very beginning and open a model. Start reading in the model properly. Let's do that first and get that right. Here it is. So it's QFile. Well, yes, that's correct. We have to do it twice. So this piece of code here is spot on. Up until... Right, no, I'm going to make this simpler. The first thing we'll do is that QFile. Alright, so we'll take it up to there. I'll take that bit. I'll just take that little bit there. What we're going to do is we are going to add Q file. Hash include Q file. There we go. That does that. So open the OBJ file. Is that? Well, sort of that. Let's just take you there. Okay. So there. Edit. Advanced. Auto indent selection. Thank you. Right, what don't we have? We don't have a file path. We're not having a count at this stage. We just want a file path. The file path is easy. File path equals that one. We're only taking the top one. Copy, and that's a Q string. So here we go. Add it to this part here. That's a Q string. And we don't need the 0 on. So I'm going backwards a little bit so that I can go forwards properly. Q string. File path equals that. File name. No, it's no longer file name. We have a define. So we can just change it anytime we want to, really, at the top. That's going to be my area. There you go. Model 3D to load. Blah de blah de blah. I did put inverted commas on it, didn't I? Yeah. Invalid operands to binary expression const char. Oh. Okay. Q string file equals model to load. That's correct. And now it works. What? Oh, I see, yes. File name. I'll take file name. Be there for a second. If it'll stop whinging at me. Thank you. File path. File. If not file open. That actually opens the file for read-only text. But this is like, let's do it properly then. Let's do it slightly differently so it's easier to read at this point. Right. First things first. Right, yeah. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, alright. You can do that. You can return a -1 at this point. I don't like... You see, what that is saying there is bool. File open. Or file is open with only one O, DEN equals. And then you take this statement here. I'm trying to split it back into the correct statements. That, semicolon. Now, yeah, still not. So its file is open. File is open is equal to false. Then we can return -1. There we go. So what we do is we set our file. I don't like that. I'm going to put it in file. File in. Because it doesn't look right like that. File in. And that's file in. Go. Yeah. Fine. Better. Yeah. Right, so we're not doing this while. We're not doing this while. We'll decide upon that later. Oh no, we do have to do this while, don't we? So we have to do a do while. But we can't. There we go, store data line. That's where that stops. While line dot is not equal to null. That's wrong. Whose line? Where did you just come from? Whose line and where did you just come from? Line is a Q string. Okay, we just haven't defined it. So here we can have, oh no, we'll do that first. We'll do Q string line. No, just have line, doesn't matter. Alright. So file name, file path, line. Open the file path. Everything else is correct. That is there, and it's each line until end of file. Is equal to false. It'll probably tell me that's a bad way of doing it and tell me to put it back to a pling, because that is C++17 way of doing it. But that's the same statement as it was before. while line dot is null is equal to false. As soon as it becomes true, that means we're at the end of the file. So the last line in the file is null, the null line. Or I hope it is. Right, so I've read the line in. Now we need to do these two. And this is where the fun starts. Because we have to now compare that line with the OBJ data structure, which, as I said, is everything in here we have to compare it with. Well, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. We can pick and choose a little bit. So what I'm going to choose is... what shall we pick and choose? We can pick and choose a little bit, so let's do that. Let's make it easy for ourselves to start off with and build it up a little bit later on. Let's take that lot there. Yeah. Let's take this lot. I'm going to take it for a spin. So before we enter that do, we have to just put some of these together. Okay, Q vector. I've got M's. These aren't. These are correct. Okay. So I want vertex, blah, blah, blah. Oh, damn, I do need the material. I'm going to need the materials as well. Oh dear. That's not good. Q vector's in, isn't it? Yeah, Q vector. Interesting. Alright, I'll go and get my header file and I'll bring it down here. Where's my header file? So, material file name is a structure in there. Or should be. Why isn't it? Right, so vertex, text coordinate. Maybe it's just in the wrong. Material file name. It's there. So what's it talking about? Undeclared identifier. Ah. Ah. Oh dear. No, that's right. It's right, it's undeclared. That is completely right. You'd have to take the star off the end. It's a struct. And it's undeclared. Oh dear. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. Alright. Let's just work on vertex. It's at the top. Right. Q vector. I want a vector float. I can't put a new statement. I know. I'm gonna put there. It doesn't know what vertex is. That's what it's trying to say. And I totally agree with it. It doesn't know what vertex is. I absolutely do agree with that, even though I've got this stupidly great big OBJ struct here. It says that vertex is that, capital V-E. Float X, float Y, float Z. That's awkward. That is very awkward. Q vector. Yeah. Open. V-E-R-T-E. It's just not here. It can't read it. Have I put something in the way to protect it? I better have. No. I put anything in the way? Namespace model. Dum da dum dum dum. Found it. Right, good. I know what I'm doing. Go for that. Oh, I was going mental for a minute. Alright, it's model. And it is, and 'tis pointers that I need. Okay, so that's that lot sorted out. How to stump yourself. Use a namespace. Alright, so those are all Model 3. Not going to. Did I get face element at the end or not? No, I got to use material. So we will take the rest. Oh well. Oops. It does make me wonder why. I'm glad I do these kind of things actually, because it catches me out. Right. Don't need you anymore. You don't need to be equal to anything. So what we got here now? We've got vertex data, texture data, vertex normals, user materials, face elements. Nothing to do with colour. Yes, we have. It's there. Right. That's good news. So these are the things that we're going to be checking for. Each line of our file, we have to check against a big table of items, see which one it belongs to. So let's have a look. It's very simple to do as well, which is ridiculous. Compare with possible lines as given in OBJ data structure.h. Oh. And the answer's in. So there's your OBJ file, MTL file. I think that's all of them. Yep. That's all of them. So all we do is we compare them all. There you go. And we still have this model thing going on. Ah, we've also got M's and stuff in here that I don't want, and that's another problem. These aren't member at all. Right, that's better. So a hash, we just return. A hash is a remark. Empty is material. And it's dot pushback, a new material, data at 1. That is correct. When did I split that? I didn't. It isn't return, it's continue. Right, that's the first alteration. Next is an unknown thing called data. If we look, will be a split or splitting. There. And there's an error check, which I'll think about. Nope, so all I need now is that line there. fixes this lot. So what we do is that we take our string, our line, and we split it by the number of spaces in that line. Yeah. So that's correct now. That's a material file name can only have one. So that will say empty, and it'll have a space, and then the data at 1 will be the following data. Where's that object? Still got it here. Empty, here it is, space, so it will be box rgb.mtl will be stored there. And according to me, that's mtl lib. That's wrong. Is it? New material file name. That's right, yeah, because it's model : column. I still think that's wrong. New material file name, comma. It's just qstring file name. Yeah, that's right. And that's what it says for MT. Could put more in there really, couldn't we? To make it even better. We could put MTLLIB instead. I'm not sure what to do. Because we have O coming up and object. It is a file name. It's the MTL file name. So we use that, or should use that, to get the MTL file. But we don't, because we already know it. Why are we storing it? If we're not using it, why are we storing it? Alright, so that is the OBJ file. That goes here. Yep. Just about fits on screen. Do while. The MTL file. No, this is nothing to do with the MTL file. So let's get these sorted out now. Let's get rid of all the M's. Any more M's? Yeah. Get rid of a few of them anyway. Get rid of the M's. We don't want them. Where it says one of these, all we have to do is press a V. That's okay. So that's turned into a float. Data at 2 to float, data at 3 to float. Yep, that's correct. If line is VT, that's MT for material, V for vertex, VT for texture, that one will work now. Texture data, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, texture data, yeah. Okay. That one's okay now. This is where I start disagreeing. Oh, I'm going to get rid of you. Oh no, I'm going to keep that in for a second because that was my correction. Use of undeclared identifier. Current colour. It's an int, if I remember rightly. Yeah. So that starts there. So current int, current colour, spelt the American way, equals -1. And that gets rid of that one. And we don't have this. We don't have that at all. So that's a problem. We have to store a face. So to store a face is quite complicated. Really. Take that function away. Right. So current colour will stay at -1. That's the problem. That's a huge problem. And this, because there are two types of models you can load, it becomes a bigger problem. So we're getting texture coordinates and possible colours. Use material is US. Have a look at that. It's US, use material. Red, green or blue. So all it will do is give a name which is useless to us. So instead of that, we just say ++ or 0, 1, 2. Which is what it will do. So it'll record them. But when we won't have any textures. We will have as nothings in the textures at all. It will never push back to textures because there isn't a VT. No VT. So the size of VT is 0 and cannot be used. Good. I'm happy about that. Because we're going to have to do something twice now. One for VT and one for colour. And it will give different results. The GFX loader can already handle it. So if the GFX loader can already handle it, why can't anything else? We may have to... We may have to rewrite the GFX loader. Look at that. That is correct. That will read now an MTL That will read a .obj file perfectly, except for the face. We need the face separate. The face is awkward, complicated. The face has slashes all over it. F slash 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 slash. All these slashes all over it. How did we deal with that? Let's go and have a look at store face. Accentuate. We put it after. I did it last, didn't I? Obviously, in the private area. Good grief, what is all of this? Yeah. So we already have the data. We need a slash split. So we receive the data in here. We set everything to 0. Alright. Split, yeah. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then it pushes it back at the end. That is correct. But it's giving us the wrong result. Okay. I'm glad it's giving us the wrong result, because if it given us the right result, I'd be a little bit peeved. Advance, auto indent. So let's go through all of these. Current color, vertex, normal. Okay. Everything's looking good until we get to that new. And that's model. Right. Oh. We've still got a few M's left in there. No idea why. Got a couple of bools here. Good, I've covered it. Right, good. Self-covering code, I love it. There we go. So each face element has 3 vertices to make a triangle. Each vertice has a texture index and a normal index. So a texture associated with that vertex and a normal to that vertex, a 90-degree angle to the vertex. So, or the face. Where we also record the current color has texture and has normals. Current color should normally be -1. And if it's -1, then we should place in a color of 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 1.0. Yes, that will work. So that every single object has colors. That's why. Possibly. Okay. Right, this should now give us some results, and these results we need to check. So we need to check before we do anything about this MTL size thingy here. We're going to get rid of just for a second. Really not necessary. Haven't got that far. Right, at this point, before we continue, we need to check we are getting the right information. The correct information is, God knows. So first item of information is, guess it's used material, isn't it? Material file name. Oh. Yeah. I'll just pop that in at the beginning. Don't worry about it. It's just I want it to give an extra line down after doing the version and everything for the OpenGL. All it does is ask for an extra line to be output to the screen. So material file name equals, and there should be one. And it will be material file name 0. So that will be will it be? Yeah, go with it. Go with it. Go with it. Material file name 0. As I don't trust my debugging even, I'm just going to run that and see what happens. Compiler output. Yay! Clean that off. Let's have a look at our compiler. I've just chucked a load of code in there. Will it compile? The answer is yes. Fantastic. That compiles. Fantastic. Will it give us the material file name, which should be boxrgb.mtl? Should give us that result there, boxrgb.mtl. Okay. Let's see if that's true. Run. Nope. It gives us an address. So I want the value at. And I also forgot to do my std : yeah. So I want the value at there. So dereference, do we? Just dereference. Oh. Can't remember which way around they are. It's either a star or an and. Find out. Nope. How am I going to read them? How am I going to read them? Where do we read them out? That's the file. That's nothing to do. got that bit sorted and sussed. Need to suss all this. Right, so we're reading them out using an index. Oh. Something that I've forgotten though. And I always forget this, and I don't know why. I don't know why nobody ever reminds me. It isn't an ampersand sign at all. That's that. Why can't I get a hold of that? Is it just a dot? Ah. Yeah, just be end file name. Why is that an invalid operator? I want to take the 0th one and pull out of it the file name. And then that would be dot to something. You're joking. That's the debug command. Wow. That's awesome. Because that's a Q string, isn't it? Yep. Not. A Q string is not to be confused with a string. Qt's string structure is huge and fantastic. Let's see if that gives us a file name instead of just the address. There you go, box rgb.mtl. So yes, it does. Right. For a few more debug purposes, I would like more information than that. What's the next thing on our list here? Vertex data. Let's try and get some vertex data. Alright. Having some success now. Not a lot, but we have read something off disk, and we have a piece of information now in our program that we didn't have when I started. And it's a very valuable piece of information because we have to record that. So std, what's going to be useful about our vertex data? So we are going to have vertex data. And what can we have? What do we want to know? Let's try and think of something. Let's take 1, 2, 3, 4. A total number of vertices. We can get that equals. That will be vertex data dot size, won't it? Will it? STD. Out. No, let's not do that. Let's do endline instead. What else do we want to know about our vertices? Nothing really. At this stage. We could try proving the concept of one single vertex being data at. I don't see the point in that. No, I'll just do total number of vertices. Stuff line 186. Goodbye. Okay. Now I know how many vertices there should be. Does anybody else? Anybody want to guess? Well, let's just say it's a cube. It must be the cube of something. And it's a silly number. 8. Correct. There are 8 vertices in a cube. There are 4 at the front, 4 at the back, and the front and the back ones also join up on the top, bottom, left and right sides. So there's only actually 8 vertices. Now we start having fun with this. Because now things are going to start looking a bit weird. What's the next one? Texture data. This is where the problems start. So, total number of texture coordinates equals and it's going to be texture. Yeah, just texture data. Dot size. Anybody say what's going to happen? What number will it give? How's about it doesn't? It crashes. Nope, it gave a 0. So it is correct. Fantastic. So we can actually get a result without having to do anything stupid. Right. That's good, because we didn't have any textures, if you remember. What else we got? Vertex normals. Use materials. Having textures. Down to that. Vertex normal. So, I'm going to make sure we've got absolutely everything correct, and that when we go on to doing the next part, which is to add the texture one, we will already have the debugging in situ, as it were. Tell us what's going on. Total number of normals. And that will be... no. Vertex normal. Why didn't I think of that? Vertex normals dot size. And fine. So nothing shocking, nothing fantastic, just straight readout of all of the information that we've just stashed away in vectors. And I'm guessing right now that after we've done this, what we're going to do is at the bottom here is we're going to unload them. Once we've constructed the model data, store to GFX, we'll put a destruct in here. So that's remove temp data and clean memory. That'll come in somewhere about there. I'm not sure whereabouts it'll come, but that's whereabouts it will come. What are we doing now? Normals. What comes after normal? US. Use material. So that is total number of colours. What that means that's just current colour. And that's it. Oops. Current colour, ST end line. But that's not exactly what we've stored, is it? So what have we stored? We increment the current colour, but we also push back the material. Which is important, because that gives us two pieces of information, not just one. And it's massively important when you start working with materials, which I haven't even covered yet. Total number of materials. It's the same number, but it's different. No, that doesn't make sense. Don't say things like that. It just doesn't make sense, even to me when I say it. So, never mind. That's a good material. What's that? Yes. End line. Nice. Getting some. I think we're on the last one, folks. Faces. Yes. This is going to be an interesting one. I want to know, anybody in chat want to guess how many faces it's got? It's a cube. What should this number be? Total number of faces. And that's the most. This is the most important stat we're going to have. This is how we construct the OpenGL. We have to convert .obj to OpenGL. Or all we've done so far is we have copied .obj into memory. We haven't converted it. Yeah. Converting it's fun. Bit mind-blowing, really. So, face element. How many faces are there? Face element. Dot size. The reason why I'm not asking it to print any of these out is because I know it works. I've done it before. So all I want to know is that I've got the correct numbers. What the details of what it's stored, well, that's easy to look up. You just look them up in here. Those are the details. So come on, how many faces? Don't leave that up, it's cheating. Let's try running and finding out. Correct. 12. There are 12 faces, there are 6 sides. 2 triangles per side is 2 faces. 6 times 2 is 12. Number of materials is 3, number of colours is 2. Why the difference? There shouldn't be a difference. Oh, sorry, no, that's the size, isn't it? Yeah, never mind. Yeah, there should be a difference. Dope. 0 is included. Okay. Normals is 6. Vertices is 8. Hold on a minute. Why are there only 6 normals and 8 vertices? Because there are only 6 sides, so there's only 6 lots of 90 degrees to each side there can be. So a normal is a full side, I mean, not a face. So each one of those normals is used for 2 faces. And that can be shown when we look at our faces. Let's just do, I'll show you first here. Do I just hit return or do I? Oh right, no, I'll do that now, do I? Yeah, do that, and then that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. It's giving out the correct numbers. It's giving out all the correct data that I expect it to give at this point. For that normals business being 6 instead of 12, it's quite simple. Have a look how the faces are done. It's 2, 3. So it there. Vertex texture normal. That's it. It's vertex texture normal. A vertex texture normal. So each face comprises of 3 numbers. A vertex, a texture, and a normal. Each one of these is an index to the positions of where they are in these tables here. So if you have a look at the normals, there's 1, 2, 3, and it's used again. 3, 4, 5, 6. That triangle and that triangle face the same direction. And make up one full face or square face of a cube. And that's why. Because you've got them duplicated. As you see, the 2s are duplicated, the 3s are duplicated, the 4s are duplicated, the 5s and the 6s are duplicated because they're 6 sides. And that's why I used a cube, because I knew the numbers. That's the only reason why I use a cube, for demonstration purposes. But that cube is now in memory. But only this part is. The MTL isn't in memory. And the MTL is a material library. So that red, green and blue, you have a look there, they're not there. They're not described in this file, they are described in the material. And the material for this one is boxrgb.mtl. So that's what we're going to use. Alright, puds. So let's swap over onto that. So if we've got half the story, we've got the physical mesh. That's the mesh. We've got the mesh and all the faces stored. Or all the data, the faces stored. So we could go on just to say, oh, just colour them all one colour or something. It should work like that. Well, it would, but it wouldn't look very good. You wouldn't be able to see the corners and get my lighting right. So that's that part. Are we on feeding you lot? We are, aren't we? And I think that's where we should finish it today. Because I know how it goes for the next episode. And it's something that I've done a million times before. So it's going to be a breeze, a drift through it. And I'll try not to get angry again at anybody. So, sorry. Not supposed to do that. But we'll do the MTL file next. It's quite simple. It's more of the same. And then we have to start converting the data. So this will, at the end of the day, so we've got another do while loop to do. I'll give you that much of a hint if you want to get ahead of me. So we'll have another do while, but it will be a different file. So we're going to be repeating from here, 107. That, I'm going to be repeating a few of these, that's all. So we'll be giving it a different file name, stuff like that. So we're repeating this bit. Otherwise, so far we've done it all in one file. This is a main file. There's no classes, there's no nothing. Well, there is a class. We've got one for the window because we want it to display it somewhere. So the only class we've got so far that we've done ourselves is a window, a 3D window. And everything's working fine and dandy. Do I note this up? Right, let's give this lot to you guys. You can have a play around with it. Local repository commit. Let's give you the OBJ files as well, whilst we're at it. OBJ files plus window 3D setup. Basic setup. And main now reads in a copy of the .obj file and stores in vectors. Full stop. Okay, commit. Cool. Right, that's committed okay. And we'll give you a copy of that. Just make sure it's there. and it's on GitHub. Oh, branch master, no thank you, we want Windows 10 because we love Windows 10. Console, model converter console, and if we now look at main, see that all of the details and data and stuff that I've been talking about today in the second half of this stream in here. How much we've done already? Not bad. Done quite a bit. Mind you, it was a lot of copying. A lot of that is copy. But it's something that I've done a million times and I'm not really willing to type it out again. So forgive me for that. You can go through it, have a look at it, how it's done. You'll think, wow, that's quite easy. Yes, Qt is very simple. It's got beautiful Q-string techniques for modifying things. And if you've got questions, and I think the biggest questions are going to be about the face element pushback, how that works. Well, to answer the question, I'd advise you to go and look in the other file. On the data structure file, OBJs. And it will describe to you everything there is about face elements here and how and what you've got to be able to account for. And the system that I use accounts for all different variations, which is why you get that. The thing that I'm not happy about and you might see it already is that we had no textures. So what is face actually storing for texture index 1? Does anybody know? It says to int thank you, Muppet. So we need to look at this face. This is key. This is why it was failing last time, was this face structure. We need to look at all of that data there and make sure it is all correct. Because it gave us a number of texture coordinates, 0. So I'm going to have to think about total number of faces, and then we're going to need some more information. I need to know what's in those faces. We'll need a for next loop there. Okay, I'm happy. I want you all to enjoy yourselves. Please stay safe and feed your cats. Feed yourselves. And in our times of troubles and national calamities and all the rest of it, and people literally falling over dead, not very good. I do wish you the best, and I hope that you stay safe and all goes well. In the meantime, take care and bye for now.